in the Raptor P construction. Charlie Allen Roofing, number 18M. That's going to be the 18M of Wayne Melton. To his outside, the 88 of Sean Gamage out of Greenville, Texas. Inside of row number 5, the 32. That's going to be Mitchell Clement out of Bonham, Texas. To his outside, the 5R in the Club 20 Extreme Graphics number 5R. That's Ron Morris. And tagging the rear of the field out of Nevada, Texas, the 12C of Bobby Graham. Green flag waves for heat race number 1. No start. Caution flag will wave. We're going to reset it. Green flag waves. Hartline going to get a good jump on the start. He's going to go to the outside of Cave. Here comes Jason Sarton. Colby Smith working his way quickly. Going to split the cars of Melton and the 91 of Martin as Hartline leads lap number 1. So it's Hartline, Sarton, Glass, Smith, and Melton, your top 5. Here comes Gamage and Clement working to the inside of Cave. They're nearly 3 wide for the 6th spot. As the 25 of Shane Hartline continues to lead, followed by Jason Sarton in 17. Colby Smith in 1. Wayne Melton in 18 as Dylan Glass in the 27H going to slow on the front straightaway. He will get off the speedway. We will stay green. Sean Gamage in 88 going to inherit the 5th spot. Mitchell Clement runs 6th. Kyle Cave, and the caution flag will wave. Glass not quite able to clear the speedway at a safe distance. So the caution flag will wave for the 27H of Dylan Glass. So 3 laps in, 5 laps to go for heat race number 1 of the Walker, Warren, and Jordan Surveying USRA Modifieds. So far, Shane Hartline in 25H has jumped out to the lead, led the first 3 circuits. He's got 5 remaining as Jason Sarton and Colby Smith going to line up right behind him, followed by Melton and Gamage in row number 3. So here we go back to the green, led by Hartline. Shane Hartline in 25H. Colby Smith looking to the inside of Jason Sarton. Here comes Mitchell Clement. Sarton going to sail way high. Gamage and Melton going to get by. Gamage going to get a 2-for-1, going around Melton and Sarton in the same turn. And now they're going to give it up. As Gamage goes high, he'll hold third at the line by a nose over the 18 of Wayne Melton. Mitchell Clement working his way into the top 5 around Jason Sarton in 17. As Ron Morris battles with Patrick Martin for the 8th spot. So it's Hartline, Smith, Gamage, Melton, and Clement, your top 5. And this time, Shane Hartline will see 2 to go in his 25H machine. Coming out of turn 4, white flag this time for the 25H, followed by the 1 of Colby Smith. The 88 of Sean Gamage holding third for now. Here comes Mitchell Clement in 32, going to look to battle with the 18H as the 18H gets around Gamage for third. Car spinning right on the exit of turn 4. The checkered flag's going to wave. Mitchell Clement first. Colby Smith is going to finish second. And Wayne Melton third. So heat race number 2 for the Walker Warren and Jordan Surveying USRA Modified is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Quinlan, Texas, the 18, that's going to be Tim Claunch. To his outside in the Able Trucking and Trailer Sales Texas Locomotive Services, number 64, the Grand Saline Texan, that's Casey Fowler. To the inside of row number 2, the 2CC, sponsored by Wineco Equipment Sales and Cutting Edge, that's Ross Malone the second. To his outside, the 2B out of Greenville, Texas. That's going to be the O'Reilly Auto Parts MB Customs number 2B of Billy Brierton. To the inside of row number 3, the Francis Trucking Triple Crown Coating number 30. That's going to be Cody Blanton. To his outside, it's going to be the 5X of Danny Veal out of Princeton, Texas. To the inside of row number 4, the Panel Truss Rollo's Luminato number 16. That's going to be Chris Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas. To his outside, the 3C out of Forney, Texas, is Charlie Smith. And making up the final row out of Midlothian, Texas, the 13J is going to be James McCreary. To his outside out of Princeton, Texas, the 25T of Michael Talley, sponsored by Sticky Scrap Metal and Smiley's Racing Products. 8 laps, all cars will advance to the USRA Modifieds. Green flag waves. Fowler going to get a good start on the outside. As Malone struggles on the inside, going to lose 5 spots in the first turn. Fowler out to a great lead in the 64 machine. He will lead lap number 1. So it's Fowler, Claunch, Veal, Brierton, and Smith, your top 5 for now. As Veal and Brierton going to go side by side for the 3rd spot. Brierton going to take that spot out of turn 4. Here comes Hennigan to the inside of Smith, and Chris Hennigan will take away the 5th spot. So Fowler, Brierton going to get loose right in front of Veal. Hennigan narrowly avoids it as well as McCreary. The 2B of Brierton getting loose right in front of the 5X of Danny Veal. And he'll end up facing the wrong direction in turn number 2. So here we go. Fowler going to lead us back to green with Claunch and Veal making up row number 2. Here comes Hennigan to the inside of Smith. He'll have the 4th spot at the line as Smith going to get into the back bumper of Claunch. Not going to make any ground from that move. As Fowler sails way high, here comes Veal. And Claunch going to give up the 3rd spot to Hennigan. Veal, Fowler, Hennigan, Smith, Claunch. And now McCreary going to get a 2-for-1 on Claunch and Smith. Here comes Ross Malone the second. Another big push from Fowler, and here comes Chris Hennigan. Halfway this time, Veal, Hennigan. Veal leads, followed by Hennigan, Fowler, McCreary, and Smith. Danny Veal out front in 5X, followed by the 16 of Chris Hennigan. Here comes James McCreary in 13J to the inside, trying to find a way around the 64 of Casey Fowler. He's going to throw a slider in 2, and he'll take the 3rd spot. Fowler holds 4th now. Charlie Smith is 5th as Claunch and Malone the 2nd battle for the 6th spot with 2 laps to go this time. Hennigan going to make up ground on the 5X of Veal. He's going to have one more lap to do it. A push from Veal. Here comes Hennigan. Side by side, coming out of 4 at the line this time. Veal has it. Veal on the outside, Hennigan on the inside. Coming out of turn number 2. They're dead even down the back straightaway. Veal going to get the advantage as Fowler works around McCreary for the 3rd spot again. Hennigan going to throw a slide job coming out of turn 4. Chris Hennigan at 16 takes heat race number 2. Danny Veal 2nd. The 64 of Casey Fowler is 3rd. The 13J of James McCreary is 4th. And the 3C of Charlie Smith rounds out the top 5. So up next will be heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. First car on the pole of heat race number 1, that's going to be Marty Ricks in the 2H out of Powderly, Texas, to his outside. In the All Clear Land Management Guest Tire Shop, number 2, that's Cody Dixon, to the inside of row number 2. The 47F is going to be Brad Ford to his outside. In the Overhead Solutions Paris Inflatables 95B, that's going to be Brandon Bettis. Billy White in 7K on the inside of row 3. To his outside will be Jesse Freeland in the 24. James Proctor in 28, sponsored by Harris Family Physicians. To his outside is going to be the 7 of Randy Hoover. Hoover is sponsored by Cullum Auto Parts and Uptown Auto Sales. Michael Smith in 5V and Chris Stanberry in the 3P. We are green for heat race number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. Start's going to be called back for a jump, and we're going to reset heat race number 1 of the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. So we're going to give them 1 to go this time. Going to call that start back. The 2 got just too good of a jump. The 2H, that is, of Marty Hicks, going to get too good of a jump on the 2 of Cody Dixon. So we're going to reset this one. And here we go. Hicks and Dixon going to lead us to green in heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. So Hicks gets the jump. Dixon holds the 2nd spot. Here comes Bettis to the outside of Dixon as the 47F of Ford goes side by side with the 24 of Friesen. Friesen going to sail high. And caution going to wave as Bettis spins, and the 7 of Randy Hoover had nowhere to go. Excuse me, that's going to be the 3P of Stanberry. Chris Stanberry going to collide with the 95B of Brandon Bettis. And he is going to need assistance off of the speedway. So tough break for the 3P of Chris Stanberry, having nowhere to go when the 95B of Brandon Bettis ended up facing the wrong direction right in front of him, not have time to react. And subsequently, his heat race will be concluded with that. So the 2H of Marty Hicks has the lead so far. Cody Dixon going to choose the inside, sending the 47F of Brad Ford to his outside. 7K of Billy White inside of row 3 with the 24 of Jesse Freeland to his outside. Green flag is back out. Hicks going to get another great jump. Dixon has the second spot. Here comes Billy White to the inside of Ford. They're going to battle side by side momentarily for the third spot. Ford will maintain it coming out of turn 2. Here comes Freeland as White looks to the inside of Ford once again. Hicks setting sail. Dixon runs second. And a side-by-side battle continues for White and Ford. And now another side-by-side battle between Smith and Freeland. Side-by-side for third, side-by-side for fifth. And Smith going to take it now. Look to make it a 3-car battle for the third spot between White, Smith, and Ford. Meanwhile, the 2H of Marty Hicks going to see 2 laps to go this time. Contact between the 5V and the 7K battling for the third spot. That's Billy White and Michael Smith. There's 2 laps to go this time for the 2H of Marty Hicks. The 2 of Cody Dixon holds the second spot for now, followed by Billy White, Michael Smith, and Brad Ford. Your top 5. The 24 of Jesse Freeland going to pull to the infield. So white flag waves this time for Hicks. They're going to be 3 wide coming out of turn 2 for the second spot. 3 wide at the line. I think Smith may have had the second spot at the line, followed by Dixon and then White. And that's how they will emerge out of turn 2 as Hicks is going to come out of turn 4 and take checkered flag for heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Michael Smith is second. Cody Dixon third. Billy White is fourth. And the 47F of Brad Ford comes in the 5th position. So heat race number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Crandall, Texas, that's going to be the 3M of Tristan McCullough. To his outside, out of Royce City, Texas, the 26G of Bobby Glover. To the inside of row number 2, out of Ennis, Texas, in the Techscapes Nursery and Landscape, Insland Chassis number 10, that's Nate Dixon. To his outside in 5G, that's going to be Franklin Simpkins. The inside of row number 3, that's going to be Brett Arden in the 5 out of Athens, Texas. To his outside, the B21 out of Crandall, Texas, that's going to be Bryce Pritchett. To the inside of row number 4, the Outlaw Race Cars, number 14 out of Picton, Texas, that's Alan Screws. To his outside. Out of Paris, Texas, in the Uptown Auto Sales Neighbors Carburetors, that's going to be the 69X of Jeremy Fodge. To the inside of row number 5, winner here at the Rocket Raceway Park last week, that's going to be Dion Redman in the 38. Dion is sponsored by North Star and Iron Bull. And to his outside is going to be the 05 out of Quinlan, Texas, that's Brian McHenry. So McCullough and Glover going to lead us to green in heat race number 2 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. And we are green. McCullough going to get a good jump. Here comes Nate Dixon to the inside. Arden to the outside of Dixon now, battling side by side for the 3rd spot as Screws and Pritchard are side by side for 5th. 26G of Bobby Glover working his way back into the 2nd spot. So the 3 of McCullough is leading. Glover followed by Pritchard and Dixon. Pritchard going to drive to the inside. Dixon goes high, sails low. As Pritchard will have 2nd, Dixon has 3rd. Glover is 4th. And Redmond has the 5th spot now. Here comes Screws back to the outside. Obvious vibration for the 38 machine of Dion Redmond. Something is not right with that machine, and he's going to pull to the infield. So it's McCullough, Pritchard, Dixon, Glover, and Screws, your top 5. Brett Arden runs in the 6th position, and Fodge rounds out your field in 7th. Excuse me, the 5G still out there. That's going to be Franklin Simpkins. He's running in the 8th position. Halfway this time for McCullough. Pritchard gaining quickly in the B21. Here comes Pritchard looking to the inside down the back straightaway. They'll negotiate the lap traffic of Simpkins. McCullough to the outside. Here comes Pritchard to the inside. They're going to split him with 2 laps to go this time. McCullough still has the lead. Pritchard looking to the inside once again. No contact between the two, and they'll run down the back straightaway. Dixon going to clear the slower car of Simpkins as well. Coming out of turn 4, 1 lap to go this time. McCullough leads, but Pritchard is all over the back bumper. He's going to show high. Going to try to power to the outside. Now the back straightaway, they're going to be side by side. McCullough on the inside, Pritchard on the outside. Once again, here comes McCullough. Pritchard's on the outside. Out of turn 4, at the line, it's going to be Pritchard in B21. Bryce Pritchard going to pull off a last lap pass on Tristan McCullough in the 3. Nate Dixon comes home 3rd. Alan Screws is 4th. And Brett Arden going to round out the top 5 in the 5 machine. So heat race number 3 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks is going to line up like this. Out of Atchil, Oklahoma on the pole, that's going to be Jordan Armstrong in the 109. To his outside out of Lindale, Texas, the 914, that's going to be Billy Davis. Inside of row number 2, that's going to be Bruce Edwards in the 40. In the Rocket Moving Storage, S&S number 40. To his outside, out of Hooks, Texas, in the Outlaw Race Cars, Bordelon Septic. Race on Texas, number 36J, that's Justin Whitehead. To the inside of row number 3 out of Bottom, Texas, the 104, that's going to be Juan Rajiva. And to his outside is going to be Timothy Hartman in 31. Hartman is sponsored by Martin's Roofing and Martin's Marina Construction. Inside of row number 4, that's going to be Zach Arden in the 8 car. To his outside, Shelby Williams in 82. And the last row of heat race number 3, Nakia Morris in the 7N and Milton Dale Jr. in 39. M to her outside. Called for 10. We have 9. We are green. Armstrong and Davis going to lead us to green. Whitehead right there with them. As we got a 3-car battle for the 4th spot. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway between Williams, the 40 car of Edwards, and that was the 8 car of Arden, but Arden has now slipped back. Here comes Whitehead to the inside of Armstrong for the 2nd spot. Davis leads, followed by Whitehead, Williams, Armstrong, and Hartman. So here comes Whitehead looking to the inside of Davis. He's going to slip up. Here comes Shelby Williams to the inside. So Williams and Whitehead going to go side by side. Here comes Williams to the inside of Davis looking for the race lead. He's going to get a 2 for 1 as we got a car spinning in the top of turn 2. And Williams will be relegated back to the 3rd position as we will go back to the last completed lap. So the caution flag going to wave for the 39M of Milton Dale Jr. Facing the wrong direction up against the wall in turn 2. So we are going to rule that lap as completed. Shelby Williams will regain the lead, sending Billy Davis in the 914 to the 2nd position and Justin Whitehead to 3rd in 36J. The 4th spot is occupied by Tim Hartman, and the 8 holds the 5th position. That is going to be the 8 machine of Zach Arden. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green in heat race number 3 for the byline, surveying USRA factory stocks. Shelby Williams in 82 going to lead us back to green this time. We have 3 laps complete, 5 laps to go. Here comes Whitehead to the inside of Billy Davis. Going to try to take away the 2nd spot coming out of 2. Davis going to use the high side momentum, maintain the second spot for now. And this time by is halfway. Davis going to push up, coming out of 4. He's going to still have the momentum on the outside to stay in front of the 36J. This is just allowing the 82 of Williams to stretch out his lead. As the 31 of Tim Hardman trying to close in on that battle for the second spot. And this time, Whitehead going to get the edge coming out of 4. He'll have the second spot at the line this time. So Williams, Whitehead, Davis, Hartman, and Arden is your top 5. 2 laps to go this time for Shelby Williams in 82. As the battle is reignited between the 36J and the 914 of Billy Davis and Justin Whitehead. Side by side down the back straightaway as they come to the white flag this time. Shelby Williams sees it now. As the 3-car battle for second, going to come across the line just now. A few seconds back of Williams. Williams has a 3-second lead. Whitehead going to slide in front of Davis down the back straightaway. Coming out of turn 4, taking heat race number 3. Shelby Williams in 82. Followed by the 36J of Justin Whitehead. The 914 is Billy Davis. 31 of Tim Hartman. And the 8 of Zach Arden, your top 5. So heat race number 1 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods on the pole. In the 14C, that's going to be Jonathan Cameron out of Picton, Texas. To his outside, the Sulphur Bluff Texan. That's the 14 of Jacob Watts. Inside of row 2 out of Commerce, Texas, the 81 of Jackie Prothrow. To the outside of the 81 is going to be the 168 of Brian Hopkins. Inside of row number 3, Jeremy Skeen in the bar 5. To his outside, Terry McGarry in 76. Jeff Benson in 97B. Larry Osborne in 00 and 11B, Chris Ross. So we are green. The 14 going to jump out to the early race lead. That's Jacob Watts. 14C of Jonathan Cameron going to fall to the second spot as the 168 of Brian Hopkins all over him for the second spot. He's going to look to the outside. Try to get a run to the outside of the 14C. Can't quite pull it off just yet. Going to look to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Get a run down the back straightaway, and the 168 going to take the second spot away from the 14C. Hopkins working his way quickly from the 4th spot to the 2nd spot. And now he's going to try to track down the race leader of Jacob Watts. So it's Watts, Hopkins, Cameron, Osborne, and the bar 5 of Skeen, your top 5. Watts going to sail high. Here comes Hopkins in 168. Battle on the back for the 3rd spot now between Osborne and Cameron. Osborne to the inside, coming out of turn 4. He's got to run. And at the line, Osborne will have the 3rd spot. Top 2 separating themselves as Cameron and Osborne battle for the 3rd spot. With Skeen holding 5th for now, being pressured by the 11. That's the 11B of Chris Ross. So Watts still out front. Hopkins trying to catch up in the 168 as Osborne has worked his way around the 14C, and he's going to spin right in front of Ross. They all avoid him, and we will stay green. White flag waving this time. The 14 of Jacob Watts going to take the checkered flag, followed by Brian Hopkins, Larry Osborne, the bar 5 of Jeremy Skeen, and the 11B of Chris Ross, your top 5 in heat race number 1 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. So heat race number 2 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods going to line up like this. On the pole, out of Denison, Texas, it's going to be the 81T of Sean Williams. Sean is sponsored by Williams Trucking and Paul Peters. To the outside, Scott Modi in 24. Inside of row number 2, Aaron Booth in the 24B in the bar 5 bar S Construction Dairy Queen 24B. Tony Ross, Gary O'Connell, Drew Patel, Scott Hill, Dustin Foge, and Joe Loftus. And we are green for heat race number 2 for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. So we're going to try it again. Williams and Modi going to lead us to the green flag and with an 8-lap heat race for heat race number 2 of the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. Williams going to get the jump. Here comes Ross. Tony Ross going to go to the outside of Scott Modi down the back straightaway. And Sean Williams going to sail high. Here comes Ross, but Williams will lead lap number 1. Followed by Modi, Booth, and O'Connell, your top 5. Here comes Ross once again. Ross and Williams separating themselves from the field. So your top 5 is Williams, Ross, Modi, Booth, and O'Connell right now. With Foge running in the 6th spot. Loftus is 7th, Hill 8th, and Patel is running in the 9th position. Problems for the 144 of O'Connell. He's going to head to the pits. As the 81T of Williams going to separate himself from the 177. Excuse me, the 77R of Tony Ross. As a battle emerges down the back straightaway for the 3rd position. That's the 24 of Scott Modi and the 24B of Aaron Booth. Here comes Booth to the inside. He'll take the 3rd spot away this time. Foge runs in the 5th spot now in the 33F as 2 laps to go this time for Sean Williams in 81T. 33 going to get loose coming out of 4. He's going to take a detour through the infield. And the 88 of Loftus going to get by him as the white flag waves this time for Sean Williams in 81T. Entering 3, coming out of 4, heat race number 2 winner, the 81T of Sean Williams. Second place will be the 77R of Tony Ross. Aaron Booth in 24B going to come third. Finishing in the 4th spot, the 24 of Scott Modi. And the 5th finisher is going to be the 88J of Joe Loftus. That will conclude heat race action here at Rocket Raceway Park. Got 2 USRA stock car B-mains coming up for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. So we are going to go straight into the B-mains from the heat races. Just going to give our flagmen a little bit of time to use the restroom between the heats and the consolation events. We will resume shortly with B-main number 1 of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. So B-main number 1 is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Pattonville, Texas, the 13, that's going to be John Winters. To his outside, the Quinlan, Texas racer, the 18 of Tim Clonch. Inside of row number 2, that's going to be the 11B of Derek Brown. Derek Brown is sponsored by Double B Cattle Company and Carver & Carver. To his outside, the Stealth Oil Service 8J of Leslie Gill out of Odessa, Texas. To the inside of row number 3 out of Joshua, Texas. That's going to be the 88 of Blake Clark. Clark is sponsored by Stealth Oil Services and HD Chassis. To his outside in the 782, that's going to be Jeremy Doyle out of Bonham, Texas. Doyle's going to be sponsored by Stealth Oil Field and Team 9 Design. To the inside of row number 4 out of Hendricks, Oklahoma, the 858, the Gibby Concrete Webb Motorsports number 858, that's Chris Webb. To his outside, the 127 out of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, that's going to be Andy Morris in the Advantage B-Fab number 127, Andy Morris. To the inside of row number 5, out of Bonham, Texas, in the Stealth Oilfield Services Team 9 Design, that's going to be Gary Williams in 69. To his outside in the Carver Race Cars, Carver Cattle Company number 40, that's Taylor Carver. And making up the final row, the 86C. That's going to be the 86C of Cody Klein and the Triple C Diesel Specialists, Sully's Cattle Company, Ranch, number 86C. To his outside, the 62R out of Commerce, Texas, is going to be Jeff Benson. We have 12 cars. The top 4 cars are going to transfer. So 12 cars are going to go 12 laps, and the top 4 will advance to the Twin 20s later on here tonight. It's going to be the Twin 20s presented by Stealth Pump and Supply. So they're going to get the 1 to go sign this time. So we called for 12. Looks like we got 11. So for these 11 drivers, only 4 of them will get to advance to the Twin 20s. The remaining 7 will have the opportunity to run a non-qualifier event with the weekly purse here at Rocket Raceway Park, but they will no longer be in contention for the $5,000 potential sweep of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. So here we go. Winners, Claunch, Brown, and Gill going to hold the first 4 spots for now. Can they maintain their advancing positions for 12 laps? And we're green. Winners and Claunch going to take us into turn 1. Claunch going to get the good jump on the outside, as does Gill. And here comes Gill to the outside of Winners, looking for the second spot. Tim Claunch out front. Leslie Gill looking to the outside of John Winners in 13 at the line. Winners has second. Clark going to take the 4th spot momentarily from the 11. That's Derek Brown in the 11. He's going to power back to the outside of Blake Clark down the back straightaway. As the 18 of Tim Claunch going to try to pull away from the field. So it's Claunch, Gill, Winters, and Clark, your top 4 transferring cars right now. So Claunch continues to lead. Gill runs in the second spot, followed by Clark, Winners, Brown, and Carver now working his way up into the 6th spot. 558 going to get it loose. That's Chris Webb. And allow the 127 of Morris to go by. Claunch continuing to lead. Gill is second, Clark is third, and Derek Brown holds the 4th and final spot. Problems once again for the 40 of Taylor Carver as he's going to pull off the speedway. Had a really strong heat race run and had a good B-main run going. Looks to be the same issue that plagued him in heat race action. So Claunch continues to lead as Blake Clark edges towards the second position of Leslie Gill. We are now taking the top 6 cars from this B-main, not the top 4. The top 6 will advance, which means we now have a 3-car battle, and only 2 of those cars will advance. That's Morris, Winners, and Williams that are battling. Here comes Williams to the inside of Winners, going to make contact door to door. 69 and 13 side by side for the 6th and final transfer spot. As the leader of Tim Claunch quickly approaching the 62R, that's going to be Jeff Benson. Claunch going to put him a lap down successfully as Clark works to the inside of Leslie Gill. They'll be side by side for second down the back straightaway. Contact between Winners and Williams. Contact between the 13 and the 69, going to send them both facing the wrong direction. As they were battling for the 6th and final transfer spot, not wanting to give each other much room, as this is their last chance to make it into the big money event. So the 13 of Winners and the 69 of Williams going to be sent to the rear of the field, both charged with that caution. And now the 6th spot is occupied by the 782 of Jeremy Doyle, as Tim Clonch going to lead us back to green with 3 laps to go in his black number 18. Rear deck lid of the 18 flapping in the wind as here comes the 88 back to the outside, as we now have a side-by-side battle for the 6th and final spot. Doyle and the 858 of Webb are side-by-side for the 6th spot. Excuse me, that is Williams, not Doyle. Those cars have the same paint scheme. So Williams has worked his way back into a transfer position as the 62 R. Benson going to pull off the speedway. White flag this time for Clonch. Clonch, Clark, Gill. 127 of Morris going to make a run on the outside, followed by Brown and Williams. Coming out of turn 4, taking B lane number 1. That's going to be the 18 of Tim Clonch. Blake Clark in 88 comes second. The 127 of Andrew Morris finishes third. Leslie Gill is fourth. Derek Brown fifth, and the sixth and final transfer spot, the 69 of Gary Williams. So the 69 of Gary Williams and the 13 of John Winters not pleased with each other. Going to let their frustrations known right here in front of you race fans on the front straightaway. So once again, your 6 advancing cars: Tim Clonch in 18, Blake Clark in 88, Andrew Morris in 127, Leslie Gill in 8J, Derek Brown in 11B, and the 69 of Gary Williams. So B main number 2 for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars is going to line up like this. On the pole, out of Camdenton, Missouri, that is going to be the Butcher Shop number 11 of Waylon Dimmitt. To his outside, the 25 out of Odessa, Texas. It's going to be the Stealth Oil Well Services H25 Knockout number 25 of Jeremy Bradley. To the inside of row number 3, that's going to be the Gator Graphics 8M of James McMillan out of Warrenburg, Missouri. To his outside, out of Odessa, Texas, the 52 is going to be Larry Bradley. To the inside of row 3, out of Balk Springs, Texas, that's going to be the 35. 35 machine is going to be piloted by Jason Riddle in the South Creek Electric ACI number 35. To his outside, the 91 out of Hall Summit, Missouri. That's the 91 of Brian Webster, sponsored by Allen Auto Shop and Becker Farms. Inside of row number 4, the 5C, out of Fitzhugh, Oklahoma. That's going to be Ryan Honeycutt. To his outside, the 144 out of Krugerville, Texas. That's Sam Farmer. Inside of row 5, the 131 out of Seminole, Texas. That's Mark Lord. To his outside, the 60 of David Whittle out of Muskogee, Oklahoma. Inside of row number 6 out of Caddo Mills, Texas, that's the 2R of Michael Risky. To his outside out of Sherman, Texas, the 6 of Scott Allen in the Jim Gilmore Team RC ARC Racing, number 6. And starting in the final position, that's the 86C out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. That's Cody Klein in 86C. So once again, race fans, the top 6 cars will advance to the Twin 20s, presented by Stealth Oil and Pumping. Stealth Pump and Supply. So Dimmitt's going to get too good of a start. We're going to throw the caution and redo it. Lights are going to go back down, and we'll go back green next time around. As smoke pours out of the 6 car, that's Scott Allen. And here we go. Going to be led to green by Dimmitt and Bradley. Here comes McMillan looking to the inside of Bradley. The 6 car of Scott Allen and be dismissed from this heat race due to smoke coming out of this car. And Cody Klein going to loop it over in turn 2 in the 86C. He's going to keep us green as a battle emerges for the top 3 spots. Dimmitt, McMillan, and Bradley, the top 3, followed by Riddle, Webster, and Bradley. Here comes the 6D on the inside, going to try to work to the inside of Webster. That's David Whittle sitting 1 spot out right now in the 6D. So it's Dimmitt, McMillan, Bradley, Riddle, and Bradley, your top 5. This time by Whittle's going to have the 6th and final spot over Webster. He's going to throw a slide job. Webster going to turn back to the inside down the back straightaway. And they're going to be 3 wide for the 5th spot, entering turn number 3. Whittle through the middle, Webster on the bottom, and Bradley up top. Still going to be nearly 3 wide as they enter turn 1. As the 6D of Whittle going to clear both cars of Webster and Bradley, and he'll have the 5th spot coming out of turn 4. So their top 5 is Dimmitt, McMillan, Bradley, Riddle, and Whittle. And the 6th spot is now a side-by-side battle for the final transfer as Webster and Bradley continue to go at it. As Klein sits on the inside of turn 3 and 4, the 86C. That's Cody Klein, and he is going to bring out the first caution of B-Main number 2, just as we have a side-by-side battle for the lead emerging. We're going back to green. 6 laps down, 6 laps to go as Waylon Dimmitt continuing to lead. McMillan and Bradley going to go side by side for the 2nd spot. Here comes Riddle, to the inside of Bradley. The 6D of David Whittle trying to charge his way from the back of the pack as he's now side by side with James Riddle for the 4th spot. The 52 of Larry Bradley sitting 1 spot out right now with 5 laps to do something about it. as the 144 going to spin right in front of the 5C. The 144 car of Sam Farmer going to keep it going. We will stay green. As Dimmitt continues to lead, McMillan trying to get to him. Working all lines as here comes Riddle to the inside of Bradley. Nothing there yet. Whittle and Webster continue to battle as well. The 5C of Honeycutt going to pull to the infield as we now have a side-by-side battle. Then the 6D going to spin, losing the last transfer spot. The 6D of Whittle going to spin right in front of the field. And Larry Bradley will inherit the 6th and final spot with 2 laps to go. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green with 2 laps to go for the 11 of Waylon Dimmitt. So the 6D of Whittle going to have to go to the tail. He's got 2 spots to make in 2 laps. And now the 144 going to look to the outside, and they're side by side as Webster going to spin right in front of the field. White flag out this time for Dimmitt. Riddle's got second at the line. McMillan is third. McMillan going to use the top side. He's going to go around Riddle, and now he's looking for the pass for the win, trying to get around Dimmitt. Coming out of turn 4. It's going to be the 11 of Dimmitt, the 35 of Riddle, the 11 of McMillan, the 25 of Bradley, the 144 of Farmer, and the 52 of Bradley going to get it at the line over the 6D of David Whittle. So a photo finish for the 6th and final spot is going to go to the 52 of Larry Bradley. The 6D of David Whittle going to miss it by 1 spot. And he'll be a heavy contender in the non-qualifier A for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. So the byline surveying USRA Factory Stock B main, scheduled to take the top 8 cars. We're scheduled to have 18. We only have 10 on the track at the moment. But this is the lineup. On the pole out of Athens, Texas, the 8 car is going to be Zach Arden. To his outside out of Paris, Texas, the 47F of Brad Ford. Inside of row 2 is going to be the 5 of Brett Arden. To his outside, James Proctor out of Paris, Texas, and 28. Starting from the 5th position, the 26G of Bobby Glover out of Royce City, Texas. To his outside out of Paris, Texas, that's going to be Bruce Edwards in 40. Starting from the 7th position out of Commerce, Texas, the 7N is going to be Nakia Norris. To her outside is going to be Brandon Bettis in 95B. Scheduled to start from the 9th position out of Paris, Texas, the 69X of Jeremy Fodge. Jeremy Fodge. To his outside, the 5G out of Morton, Texas. That's Franklin Simpkins. From the inside of the 6th row, the 109 is scheduled to be Jordan Armstrong. To his outside, out of Paris, Texas, the 7 of Randy Hoover. The inside of row number 7, out of Powderly, Texas, the 24, that's scheduled to be Jesse Freeland. To his outside, the winner here last weekend, the 38 out of Paris, Texas, that's Dion Redmond. The inside of row number 8, the 39M is going to be Melton Dale Jr. To his outside, the 3P of Chris Stanbury. And making up the final row on the inside, the 104 of Juan Dravala. And to his outside, the 05 of Brian McHenry. So 12 laps for the byline surveying USRA Factory Stock B main, and we are underway with the 8. The 8 car of Zach Arden going to take the green. Here comes the 5 car. That's going to be Brett Arden to the inside of the 47 of Ford. Bettis on the inside, going to get loose as the 28 going to go by him. That's Proctor. And there's a whole hornet's nest behind them as Norris, Fodge, and Freeland hold the last 3 transferring spots right now. So the 28 of Proctor working his way up. Looking to the inside of Arden, going to make slight contact coming out of turn 2. It's Arden, Proctor, Arden, Ford, Bettis, Fodge, Redmond, and Norris, your 8 transferring cars as of right now. So we're 4 laps in, 8 laps to go as James Proctor now takes the lead away from Brett Arden. The 28 going to squeeze ahead of the 5, followed by the 47F of Brad Ford. Zach Arden holds the 4th spot. Dion Redmond now works his way up into the top 5, followed by Brandon Bettis, Jesse Freeland, and Jeremy Fodge hold the top 8 transferring spots. Now, right now we have 3 cars sitting outside the picture of the A main. We are halfway down this time as Hoover, Norris, and Simpkins all on the outside looking in, as they are not in the top 8 positions at the moment. So Proctor continues to lead as he extends his lead over the 5 of Arden. Here comes Ford and Redmond. Redmond going to get a good run to the outside of Ford. They're side by side down the back straightaway for the 3rd spot. As the 7 of Hoover going to pull into the infield and call it a night. Coming out of 4 at the line this time. Redmond's got it. So Proctor, Arden, Redmond, Ford, Arden, Bettis, Freeland, and Fudge are your top 8 cars. As the 7 of Norris going to get loose right in front of your leaders. 2 laps to go this time. And this time Redmond going to get around the 5 of Arden. And now he's taking away the 2nd spot. Now he's going to try to chase down the 28 of Proctor. Try to take away the win from the 28. But he's got 1 lap to do it. Slower cars all around as the 3rd and 4th place cars of Arden and Ford try to negotiate. Coming out of turn 4, taking B main number 1, James Proctor in 28. Dion Redmond in 38 comes home 2nd. Brett Arden in 5 is 3rd. The 47F of Brad Ford is 4th. Zach Arden in 8, 5th. Brandon Bettis in 95B is 6th. The 24 of Jesse Freeland is 7th, and taking the 8th and final transfer spot, the 69X of Jeremy Fodge. So next up is going to be the A main for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. So on the pole, out of Sulphur Springs, Texas, in the 177, that's going to be Chad Ross in the Ross Air Supply and Services, Big Dave's 177. To his outside out of Kaufman, Texas, is going to be the 31, the Martin Marina Construction, Martin Roofing, number 31 of Mason Martin. To the inside of row number 2 out of Greenville, Texas, the 43B IRP race car of Billy Brierton. To the outside of row number 2, the 76 out of Forney, Texas, is going to be Joe Finland. To the inside of row number 3, In the Heartline Machine Mudbones number 49, that's going to be Shannon Heartline. To his outside in 36, that's going to be the Aura Electric 36 of Brian Orr. To the inside of row number 4, in the County Armory Incorporated, MB Diesel number 20D, that's going to be Rowdy Day. To his outside, the 8A out of Birthright, Texas, is going to be Randy Janway. To the inside of row number 5 out of Greenville, Texas, that's going to be Kyle Phillips in 15. To his outside, the 2JT out of Dallas, Texas, is Justin Vaughn. To the inside of row number 6, the 36DD, that's going to be the Double D Motorsports Texoma's number 36DD of Trevor Rainey. To the outside of Rainey, the 34, that's going to be the Votto. So lights are out. We're going to go back to green on original restart attempt number 2. Ross and Martin going to lead us to the green flag. Ross enters low. Martin going to try to use the outside of the speedway, trying to work up some momentum. Problems. Never mind. The 31 going to cut across the track. And we've got a melee over in 3 and 4. So for those watching on Race on Texas, the 31 of Mason Martin deciding to enter on the bottom side of turn 3 at the last second. Going to cut across a few cars. And multiple cars with damage. The 49 of Shannon Hartline crawling down the front straightaway. As the 11X of Todd Branham got to get it rolling once again over in turn 3. Go original restart attempt number 3 for the USRA Limiteds. We are green once again. Ross Martin going to be side by side down the back straightaway. Martin on the top, Ross is on the bottom. Here comes Rowdy Day looking to the inside of Findling, trying to take away the 4th spot, and he'll have it coming out of turn 4. Briarton has second at the line over the 31 of Mason Martin. Now Martin going to power back to the outside down the back straightaway of Briarton. They're side by side entering turn number 3 for the 2nd spot as Ross continues to lead in 177. Here comes Briarton. Rowdy Day now looking to the inside of Martin. He's going to hesitate. Caution flag's going to wave. So lights are out. We got 2 laps down, 18 laps to go for the Costin Sun Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. Green flag waves for Chad Ross in 177. Caution. So caution flag is out. We have the 8A of Randy Janway on the front straightaway here. Looks like he's going to need some assistance. As a multi-car pileup ensued. So we're going to go to a single file restart. Chad Ross going to lead us back to the green with 18 laps to go. Fire King going to enter on the bottom side as Martin goes to the top, but here comes Rowdy Day to the inside of Mount Mason Martin. Trying to take away the third spot. Going to dive back to his inside down in turn number 3. Coming out of 4, Rowdy Day's got the third position. So it's Ross, Brierton, Day, Martin, and Findling, your top 5. Most of the So the 177 of Chad Ross going to take his victory lap after leading all 20 laps. Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified A main. We're going to send things down to Kevin Rogers down there in the Ballistic Trailer Sales Victory Lane with your winner, the 177 of Chad Ross.
Hang on just a second. I'll kind of introduce you before you get out of the car. Folks, we're down here in the ballistictrailersales.com. Our first feature of the night. We just got the winner of our Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified, folks. He's unstrapping the belts. He's took about 17 deep breaths right there, I think. But, folks, get on your feet for the driver of the 177 when he makes his way out of the car in just a minute, Mr. Chad Ross. Chad, come on around here. We'll grab a quick word with you, man. That one was intense, man. I know you was out front, but, man, you know you had some heat coming in there, and racetrack kind of locked down a little bit down there and looked like getting into 3. And tell us how it was from your point of view.
Well, I knew when we rolled out, I was worried down here they might could make a top lane run, but when I saw down there, I knew I was in the right starting place. You know, it's kind of one of them deals. I got to thank my girlfriend. She's new to this deal. 2 weeks in a row, she redrew me the pole. I think that's happened in my career maybe once or twice in 28 years, you know. But I got to give a special thanks to Big Dave's Racing Engine. This is not even my motor, it's his. We've been trying to get parts to build mine. I made a late decision to swap classes, and he just pretty well gave me the thing to run. We've been making changes and gaining on it, and we're finally there, I think, maybe.
Well, it sounds like you might have you a keeper in that young lady if she keeps pulling that one pill. I got one more final question for you, man. What do you think, like from your standpoint, eco mod to limited mod, what have you noticed or what's been the biggest hurdle for you so far since you've made the change?
Actually, we've been trying to, I don't know, the motor combination, there's not a lot of difference in speed. These are a little rowdier. It took us a while to figure that part of it out, what we needed, you know, because at first we wasn't even as fast as we were in eco. But the biggest thing is just the group of racers. A little more experience, a lot more feature wins between that top 4 or 5 guys, you know, throughout the years. So.
Well, good deal, folks. One more round of applause for your Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified feature winner, Mr. Chad Ross. Colin, I'll send it back up to you, bud.
All right, it's time to get ready for the Camp Gladiator Junior Limited A main. So your Camp Gladiator Emery Junior Limited Modified A main lines up like this. On the pole out of Irving, Texas, in the 43 car, that's going to be Ashton Bracta. To his outside, it's going to be the 7C. That's going to be Colton Absher. Colton is sponsored by Triple Nickel Towing and Lucky 7 Garage. To the inside of row number 2, the Arch Dentistry number 11, that's Jet Hefty, sponsored by Buckmeyer Motorsports and his family. To his outside, Kelsey Bolden in 28K. That's going to be Kaylee Bowden to the outside of row 2 in 28K. On the inside of row 3, the 08, that's going to be Caden Morosky to his outside, That's going to be Rustin Maroney in the 8 car. Sponsored by Wicked Fast Transmissions. And driving the 76 car, that's going to be Scout Nation. So we're going 12 laps for the Camp Gladiator Emory Junior Limited Modifieds. Once again, we would like to acknowledge all of the businesses and people who have added money to this feature here tonight. So adding to the Camp Gladiator Emory Junior Limited Modifieds, Hefty Motorsports and Jackie Hefty added $50 to the winner and $50 to the hard charger, as did Bub Hughes, $50 to the winner, $50 to the hard charger. LS Performance, that's Shane Whitty and Lee Riley, added $50 to a mystery position. Money Pit RC Hobbies and Money Pit Dirt Oval RC Track added $50 to a mystery position as well, as we are green for 12 laps. So Proctor continues to lead. Here comes Jet Hefty in 11, making gains on the bottom side. He's going to look to the inside, going to try to take away the race lead down the back straightaway. Here comes the 11 of Jet Hefty. Coming out of turn 4 on the inside, leading that lap, the 11 of Hefty takes the lead. Proctor is second, followed by the 7C of Absher. So once again, typically driving the 94, Scout Nation is driving the 76 car in this A-main. So we have 4 laps complete, 8 laps to go as the 11 of Jet Hefty has the lead. 43 of Ashton Proctor trying to get a bit too. Caution flag going to wave for the 8 of Rustin Maroney. So caution flag is back out. We are halfway through this A-main. The 11 of Jet Hefty has the lead. Ashton Proctor continues to run second in 43 with Colton Absher in the 7C. He is in the third position. So we're going to go with a single file restart. Hefty, Brakta, Absher, Bolden, and Murawski, your top 5 cars for now. And we're green. Hefty going to lead us back to the green flag with 6 laps down and 6 laps to go. Here comes Absher looking to the inside of Brakta down the back straightaway. Going to try to take away the second spot. Here comes the 7C to the inside. As Hefty continues to lead, Brakta and Absher going to have a good battle now for the second spot. Kaylee Bolden continues to run in fourth. As here comes Absher down the back straightaway. He's going to slide up in front of Brakta in the 43. So Colton Brakta going to take, Colton Absher going to take the second spot away from Ashton Brakta with 8 laps complete and 4 laps to go. Contact between Absher and the 43 of Brakta. So that caution is going to be charged to the 43 car. That's Ashton Brakta getting into the back of the 7C of Colton Absher. Colton Absher will regain his position. He'll be put back up to the second spot. And the 43 of Brakta will go to the rear. Hefty and Colton Absher, your top 2. Kaylee Bolden runs in the 4th spot now. The 08 of Caden Murawski holds the 4th spot. And here comes the 43 of Brakta back to the inside for the 4th position. So the 43 of Ashton Brakta going to work his way back into the 4th position. As Jet Hefty's going to see 2 to go this time. 2 laps to go for the 11 of Jet Hefty. Colton Absher in 7C trying to make up some ground, but he's got 2 laps to make something happen. Coming out of turn 4, 1 more lap for the 11 of Jet Hefty. Down the back straightaway, got nearly a half straightaway lead over the 7C of Absher. Coming out of turn 4, taking the win, the 11 of Jet Hefty. Colton Absher is second. Kaylee Bolden third. Ashton Brakta gonna finish in the 4th spot. And the 08 of Caden Murawski gonna finish in the 5th position. So taking the win, the 11 of Jet Hefty.
Folks, we're back down the ballistictrailersales.com, and this young man climbs out of this Camp Gladiator Junior Limited. Make some noise for your tonight's feature winner, Mr. Jed Hefty. So now come on around here and let's talk for just a second here. So that's 2 in a row now, 2 in a row there. Hair still looks good. You still got your fire suit on, man. How was the racetrack for you tonight?
The racetrack was good, smooth. It's pretty good.
Pretty good, man. Who helps you week in, week out get out here?
My mom, my dad, my nana, my pawpaw, my Gani, my poppy, Jason, Sissy, Jalen, JC, CMD, Commercial Flooring, Dirt Defender, Big Dave's Motors, Synergy, Kane Buckmeyer Motorsports, Hitman Designs, Insulin Chassis, Pretty Farms. I think that's it.
Folks, he's got a lot of help. But before we give him a round of applause, I need some help here. We had some mystery position money. Stay over there, Jed. I'll bring it to you here. I need you to draw me 2 of these peels out of here. Reach in there and grab me 2 of them for me. LS Performance out of Abilene, Texas, donated $50. And Money Pit RC and Hobby out of Merkel, Texas. $50 each going to your second and third place finisher. Folks, let's make a round of applause for them, and let's give one more big round of applause for your night's Cam Gladiator Junior Limited, Mr. Jed Hefty. Colin, back up to you, bud.
Test. So it's time for the Walker, Warren, and Jordan Surveying USRA Modified A feature. On the pole in 25H, that's going to be Shane Hartline, sponsored by Snap-on and K&M Roofing. To his outside, the Pranell Trust number 16, that's going to be Chris Hennigan. To the inside of row number 2, the MB Customs number 1, that's Colby Smith. To his outside, the 13J and the 5-star roofing, or Star 1 Roofing, excuse me, that's the 13J of James McCreary. To the inside of row number 3, that's going to be the 88 of Sean Gamage. To his outside, the Able Truck and Trailer Sales 68 of Casey Fowler. The 5X of Danny Veal, the 18M is Wayne Melton. 32 of Mitchell Clement, 3C of Charlie Smith, 5R of Ron Morris. 2cc of Ross Malone, 15 of Kyle Cave, 18 of Tim Claunch, 91M of Patrick Martin, the 30 of Cody Blanton, 12C of Bobby Graham, 23T of Michael Talley, the 17 is Jason Sarton, the 2B is Billy Bryerton, and the 27L is Dylan Glass. We're going to go 20 laps for the $1,400 to win. A main for the Walker, Warren, and Jordan Surveying USRA Modifieds. So here we go for the aiming for the USRA Modifieds. Hartline and Hennigan going to lead us to green. Shane Hartline, and Chris Hennigan going to lead us from the front row. Hennigan going to power to the outside down the back straightaway. He's going to look to the outside in turns 3 and 4. Big push from the 16, and here comes Colby Smith on the inside. Smith going to have second at the line this time. Hennigan going to go back to the top side. Big push from Gamage in 88, and they're nearly 4 wide down the back straightaway. 3 wide between Clement, Melton, and Gamage as Fowler sails way high, and he's going to come to a rest in turn 4. Caution flag is going to wave for the 64 of Casey Fowler up at the top of turn 4. The Able Truck and Trailer Sales number 64. So here we go. Hartline going to lead us back to green. Smith and Hennigan side by side on the second row. Smith going to throw it up top. Hennigan on the bottom. Here comes Colby Smith in the 1. James McCreary sees an opportunity. He's going to jump in front of the 16 and Chris Hennigan take away the 3rd spot. And here comes Smith looking to the outside of Hartline. Hennigan now looking to the outside of McCreary. Going to try to take away the 3rd spot. Not quite there yet as Gamage works his way into the 5th spot. So it's Hartline, Smith, McCreary, Hennigan, and Gamage. Flag is going to wave. Caution flag as the 5X of Danny Veal and the 3C of Charlie Smith collide. So we have 4 laps complete of 20, 16 laps to go for the 25H of Shannon Hartline. Colby Smith in the 1 has worked his way up to the 2nd spot. James McCreary runs 3rd in 13J. Chris Hennigan is 4th in the 16. And rounding out the top 5 right now is the 88 of Sean Gamage. So lights are out. We're going to go green next time by for 16 more trips around the Rocket Raceway Park. For the Walker, Warren, and Jordan Surveying USRA Modifieds. And here we go. McCreary going to get a good restart on the outside of Smith. And the 13J going to jump into the 2nd spot. Now he's going to sail high out of 2 and allow Smith to take the 2nd spot back. Here comes Chris Hennigan looking to the inside of James McCreary. He's going to take away the 3rd spot. And now he's going to come after Smith for 2nd once again. Problems for the 32 of Mitchell Clement as he's going to pull into the infield, but here comes Hennigan to the inside of Smith. Big push from the 16, and McCreary's going to take the third spot back. As these three battle for the second spot, Hartline is going to just try to drive away from all of them. Setting sail in that 25H machine. Here comes McCreary once again to the inside of the one car. That's Colby Smith in the one. As Wayne Melton has worked his way into the top 5 in the 18H. Gamage in 88 going to get loose right in front of the field. And he is going to bring out a caution for a spin from the 88 in turn 4. Lights are out, and here we go once again. Hartline going to bring us back to the green in the USRA Modified A main with 12 laps to go. McCreary going to sail high coming out of 2. Here comes Hennigan back to the inside. Going to battle side by side for the third spot. Coming out of 4, McCreary's going to hold it for now, but Hennigan's right there. Here comes Smith going to start challenging Hartline for the lead as Hennigan clears McCreary once again. Here comes Smith to the outside of Hartline. He's going to take the lead this time. 01 going to power to the outside of the 25H, and he's going to take the lead with 10 laps to go this time by. Here comes Hartline back to the inside as the 1 continues to lead. Smith 0.3 faster than Hartline that last trip around the Rocket Raceway Park. As the 1 has now separated himself even further. And here comes Hennigan. Hennigan running identical lap times to Smith. He's going to try to track down Hartline and see what he can do with Smith. So we got 6 laps to go this time as Gamage is going to pull it to the pits, call it a night in the 88 machine. And here comes Hennigan gaining on Hartline. The 1 of Colby Smith going to have to negotiate the lap traffic. That's going to be the 91M of Patrick Martin. He gets around unscathed. Going to go around the outside down the back straightaway and put a lap car between himself and the battle for second, which is heating up once again between Hennigan and Hartline. With Martin right in the middle, they're going to split him coming off of 2. Hartline on the top, Hennigan's working the bottom. And here comes Hennigan to the inside once again. Another big push from the 16 car. As we got 3 laps to go this time for Smith. Hennigan to the inside, they're going to clear Tally in the 23T. As Smith sees 2 laps to go this time. So it's Smith, Hartline, Hennigan, Melton, and McCreary, your top 5. 2 cars getting loose right in front of your race leader as he sees the white flag this time by. 1 lap to go for the 1 of Colby Smith. The battle for second continues as Hartline and Hennigan are side by side, entering turn 3 for the final time. 15 is going to spin right in front of him. Smith wins it. Hartline second, Hennigan is third, Melton is fourth. And James McCreary rounds out your top 5.
Back down here in the ballistictrailersales.com victory lane. We'll let this young man, Colby Smith, get all the safety gear off this car. So a couple of things, folks, while he's getting out there. He just picked him up $1,500 to win tonight. Able Truck and Trailer Sales added to it. Walker, Warren, and Jordan Survey, and Charlie Allen Rufus. So let's give those 3 great partners a great round of applause so he can take home an extra $500 tonight. It looks like he's catching his breath in here. He moved up and got up on the cushion down there in 3 and 4, and it looked like he was having to hustle that old thing for a little bit. So, Terry, come on over here in a minute. We'll get you in this photo here. So, folks, when he gets out, make sure you give him some noise. He is your Round 4 Rocket Challenge presented by Walker, Warren, and Jordan, USRA Modified. Feature winner. I think he's fixing to come on. Here he is, folks, Mr. Colby Smith. Colby, we'll get a quick word with you, then we'll get you some quick water here. It looks like you might need a little hydration. Colby, this is the second time you've been down here in the ballistictrailersales.com victory lane. Each time's paid a little extra money. I know that makes it a little bit easier to get out here and race with everything. But, man, what happened down there? It looked like you was just kind of racing, and then it looked like you found something up there in 3 and 4.
Yeah, I don't think I was going to be able to go around the bottom like Shane was. And even if I could, I don't think I could get by him down there. So I figured I'd start looking, and there was a little something down there, and it worked out.
Well, you had your elbows up, man. It was fun watching from the infield for sure. I know the folks at home on Race on Texas in the stands enjoyed it. But, Colby, we'll make it quick so you can get back here to Tech. But who helps you week in, week out?
First and foremost, my dad, Dennis Wells Racing Engines, Tom Lorenz, Smiley's Racing Products, Alan Rao, with D Shop Diesel Service, actually A1 Reliable Diesel Service now. Emmy, Mark, MB Customs, and Wayne Melton, Charlie Allen Roofing.
Good job, folks. One more round of applause for your Round 4 Rocket Challenge feature winner, Mr. Colby Smith. Colin, I'll send it back upstairs, bud.
Now it's time for the byline surveying USRA factory stock A main. On the pole is going to be the B21 of Bryce Pritchett. To his outside, the 914 of Billy Davis out of Lindell, Texas. The inside of row number 2, the Outlaw Race Cars, Best Engines, number 36J, that's Justin Whitehead. To his outside, the Team 9 Supply, number 82, that's going to be Shelby Williams. To the inside of row 3, that's going to be the 2H of Marty Hicks with the 5V of Michael Smith to his outside. On the inside of row 4, that's going to be Tristan McCullough with Cody Dixon in 2 to his outside. Nate Dixon in 10. Alan Screws is the 14. Billy White in 7K. Timothy Hardman in 31. James Proctor in 28. Dion Redman in 38. Brett Arden in 5, Brad Ford in 47F, Zach Arden in 8, Brandon Bettis in 95B, Jesse Freeland in 24, and Jeremy Fodge in 69X. 20 cars, 20 laps for your Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. Green flag's gonna wave, and here comes Pritchett to the early race lead in the orange and blue B21. Whitehead gonna jump to the inside of Davis, gonna sail up out of 2, and he'll hit second down the back straightaway as now they're 3 wide for third between Davis, Hicks, and Williams as Pritchett leads lap number 1. So Pritchett, Whitehead, and Williams, your top 3, followed by Hicks and Smith. Here comes McCullough to the inside of Smith as Williams gets by Whitehead for the 3rd spot. Now Hicks looking to the inside of Whitehead, going to make door-to-door contact coming out of 4. Caution flag is going to wave for the 7K of Billy White, who has spun down in turn 4. We would like to wish a very happy birthday to Briley. She is going to be 7 years old on Monday. Once again, happy birthday to Briley. We'd also like to acknowledge Time Flies Restaurant in Paris, Texas. Thank you for your support of Race on Texas and Rocket Raceway Park. And we're going to go back to green this time in the factory stocks. We got 2 laps down, 18 to go. And here we go. Pritchett, Whitehead, and Williams, the top 3 right now. Hicks and McCullough going to go side by side. Hicks going to cut across the nose of McCullough. McCullough going to give him a shot in the bumper, let him know that he was there. And here comes Hicks to the inside of Whitehead, but he can't quite get there yet. Fodge Fodge, in 69X, going to spin and keep it rolling. Will stay green. As Billy Davis is going to lose it over in turns 3 and 4. And the caution flag is going to come out for the 914 of Billy Davis. Are out. Pritchard going to bring us back to the green once again in the B21. McCullough and Smith going to split the 36J of Whitehead, who's slipping fast. May have a flat tire on that machine. He's slowed very quickly as contact is made between the 2H and the 82. So the 36J of Whitehead has a flat right rear tire. He's going to pull off the speedway, as well as the 24. That's going to be Jesse Freeland. And here comes Shelby Williams, going to try to chase down the B21 of Bryce Pritchard, as Michael Smith and Marty Hicks battle side by side for the third spot. The 5V and the 2H battling for third. Contact made in turns 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4. And Hicks will have the third spot, this time at the line. Tristan McCullough right there in the 5th spot. And last week's winner, Dion Redmond, running in the 6th position. As of right now, it's a 2-car race between Bryce Pritchett and Shelby Williams, as Redmond and Dixon trying to work their way through the field. It's Dion Redmond and Nate Dixon. Running right outside of the top 5, those two of Redmond and Dixon, holding the 6th and 7th spots respectfully. So Pritchett continues to lead. Williams is closing in the 82. So this time we have 9 laps to go. Pritchard leads, and here comes Shelby Williams. Williams was 0.2 faster that last lap, and the 82 is all over the back bumper of the B21. battle for third has subsided as Marty Hicks has extended himself away from the 5V of Michael Smith. As your two leaders have a full straightaway advantage over the third place car. Smoke beginning to come out of the B21 of Pritchard. And Pritchard and Williams now going to negotiate with lap traffic. That's going to be the 8 car of Arden. This time we got 4 laps to go. As debris going to fly off of a white car over here in turn 22. Staying green for now. There is a whole slew of lap cars right in front of your race leaders. And here comes Williams to the inside. Williams and Pritchard side by side with the lap car of Bettis as they got 2 laps to settle it coming out of turn 4. Williams on the inside, Pritchard on the outside. Williams has the lead with 2 to go. Shelby Williams in 82 going to pull the trigger on the B21. Here comes Pritchard. He's going to make contact with the left quarter panel of the 82. Lap cars all over the place right in front of him. Nowhere for Williams to hide. Pritchard now has the advantage of choosing the line. Williams going to go to the inside, as does Pritchard for turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway they go. They're both going to choose the inside once again. Williams just off the top. Pritchard going to run over a tractor tire in his efforts, but he's going to come up short. Shelby Williams in 82 going to take the win, followed by Bryce Pritchard in the B21. Third place will be the 2H of Marty Hicks. Fourth, is the 5V of Michael Smith, and rounding out your top 5, the 38 of Dion Redmond. The 3 of Tristan McCullough and the 38 of Dion Dedman making contact down the back straightaway after the checkers. Those two drivers not pleased with each other. But how about Shelby Williams in the 82 stealing the victory? As he takes his checkered flag for his victory lap. Give it up for him, race fans. Shelby Williams in 82. So next up will be our non-qualifier race for the stock cars. That's going to be the Douglas Distributing USRA stock car non-qualifier A main.
Folks, we're back down here in the ballistictrailersales.com, fixing to climb out of the car. Your byline survey and USRA factory stock feature winner, Mr. Shelby Williams. Shelby, I know we'll get a quick word on you. I know you got to get back there, get ready for the Twin 20s here in a minute. So, man, how is it driving a factory stock opposed to a stock car on the same night?
Well, lap times are really not that much different, but the way they act and drive, I mean, it's all totally different, you know. We got some more adjustments to do in the stock car versus when you get out there on the factory stock, you just kind of got what you got, so you just got to make it do.
Well, I know this is a pretty nice race car. Who you driving for this weekend?
Don Wildy. I got to drive for him for Texas last year, and we ended up winning that deal. He brings me a really good car. You know, we go over it when we get here, and it's always really fun to drive for him.
Well, I know you're kind of new to it, but tell us who helps him out on this race car for you.
Fastline Fabrication, Sanford Heads, Don Wildy Racecrafts, Neil with Club 20. We, like I say, I've only drove this car twice, so he built my shocks for him, and anytime I've got a question or we need any setup help, we'll call him and he'll tell us what to do. And I always give him heck about Justin Whitehead because they're partners. So I said, I need whatever's going to outrun him tonight, so I got to thank him.
I got one final question. Where are you starting at in the first feature on the Twin 20s here in a minute?
I drew a 4 for that one also.
Drew a 4, folks. He just won this feature. He'll be starting second row outside of the Twin 20s here in a minute. Folks, make one more round of applause for your byline survey and USRA factory stock. Mr. Shelby Williams is your feature winner. Colin, back up to you, bud.
It's now time for the non-qualifier A main for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. On the pole in the 858, that's going to be the Gibby Concrete 858 of Chris Webb. To his outside, the 6D, that's going to be David Whittle in the Quality J. Lubin Repair Custom Graphics number 6D. On the inside of row number 2 in the 782, that's going to be Jeremy Doyle in the Stealth Oil Field Team 9 Designs number 782. To his outside, the Allen Auto Sports Becker Farms number 91. That's Brian Webster. The 13 car is John Winters. The 86C of Cody Klein. The 62R of Jet Benson. The 5C is Ryan Honeycutt. The 40 of Taylor Carver. The 6 of Scott Allen, the 131 of Mark Lord, and the 2R of Michael Risky. So we called for 12, but we have 10. We're going to run a 15-lap non-qualifier for these guys. So we appreciate them coming out for the Twin 20s. Wanted to let them run a feature race here at Rocket Raceway Park. So here we go. Webb and Whittle going to bring us to the green flag. So Webb's going to get the jump side by side down the back straightaway between Doyle and the 6D of Whittle. As the 6 car is going to spin down in turn number 4, that is Scott Allen. And he is going to cause a caution. The 6 car of Scott Allen spinning down in turn number 4. complete 14 laps to go for the non-qualifier A main for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. And Chris Webb going to lead us back to green in the 858. Doyle going to work his way into the second spot as Whittle and Webster battle side by side for third, as Carver side by side with the 13 of winners for the fifth spot. Here comes Taylor Carver in 40, started at the tail, has worked his way up into the fifth spot. Had some tough luck earlier today breaking in his heat and his B main. As we got a two-car breakaway now for Webb and Doyle as smoke begins to pour out of the 91 of Webster. Whittle and Carver complete your top five as Carver's looking to the outside of Whittle, going to try to take away the fourth spot. Coming out of turn two, down the back straightaway, they're even. Coming out of four, Carver's going to take the fourth spot, and now he'll get the third spot as Webster pulls to the infield. Side-by-side battle between Whittle and Carver for the third spot as Webb and Doyle have checked away from the field. This time at the line, Whittle's going to have it back. The 13 of winners now holding the fifth spot. You got Honeycutt, Benson, Allen, and Klein rounding out your 9-car field right now. And here comes the 82 of Jeremy Doyle looking to the inside of the 858, and problems for the 82. 82 of Doyle going to spin at the entrance of turn 3. Something breaking on that machine, causing him to spin around, and the caution flag will wave. At the same time, the 40 of Taylor Carver pulls it off into the pits. So we just lost our second place running car, the 782 of Jeremy Doyle, as well as the 40 of Taylor Carver, and now the 86C of Cody Klein going to exit the speedway as well. And we will have 6 cars remaining for 9 more laps of the non-qualifier A main. Lights are out. And Chris Webb is going to lead us back to the green in his 858 machine. Webb coming to us out of Hendrick, Oklahoma, followed by the 6D of David Whittle from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Must have shortened it to a 10-lap non-qualifier due to the car count. So Webb continues to lead. Whittle is there. They're going to see the white flag this time. Does he have enough time? The 8.58 of Webb going to roll it down on the bottom, followed by Whittle and winners. Checkered flags out for Chris Webb in the 8.58.
Folks, we're back down here in the ballistictrailersales.com victory lane. We're going to let Mr. Chris Webb get all of his safety gear off. But, folks, when he gets out of this Douglas Distributing USA stock car, make this Hendricks, Oklahoma driver welcome to the great state of Texas. Your non-qualifier feature winner, the 858 of Chris Webb. Chris, come on around and talk to me, man. We'll keep it kind of brief. I know we're getting a little bit late tonight, but man, how was the racetrack? I know this isn't the race you wanted to be in. Nobody come down here to run this one, but it's kind of cool that you're going to get to leave with a little bit of money.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad that I got to at least make a couple more laps, try to get the car lined out. We've been fighting it all night. The track's been coming around pretty good. I think it's pretty racy right now. I appreciate everything y'all doing and putting this race on and the non-qualifier to give us a chance to earn a little money back. We've been struggling all night. Car hadn't run right until just now. So.
Well, good deal, folks. Let's make a big round of applause for your Douglas Distributing USA stock car non-qualifier feature winner, Mr. Chris Webb. Chris, we're going to get a picture. We want to thank Extreme Wood Care and Outdoor Living, Delta Electrical, Powerline Electrical and Automation, and Ultimate Wood Care for putting up the money for this non-qualifier feature night so these guys can get a little money to take back to Oklahoma with them. So we want to thank them for that. Colin, I'll turn it back up to you.
So up now is the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod A-Main. On the pole in 77R, that's going to be the Ross Dairy Supply and Service. Big Dave's 77R of Tony Ross. To his outside, the 14 in the Marks Racing Engines. Number 14, that's going to be Jacob Watts. To the inside of row number 2, the 81T, that's going to be the Williams Trucking, Paul Peters Motorsports. Number 81T, that is Sean Williams. 00 of Larry Osborne. 168, Ryan Hopkins. 24B, Aaron Booth. 88 JC, Joe Loftus. 11B, Chris Ross. Bar 5, Jeremy Skeen. 24 of Scott Modi. The 33D of Dustin Fodge. 81 of Jackie Prothrow, 14C of Jonathan Cameron. The 10H of Scott Hill, the 144 of Gary O'Connell, the 76 of Terry McGarry, 20D of Drew Paddock, and the 97B of Jeff Benson. We're going to stay green as the 33 car is clear of the racetrack. For now, the 14 of Jacob Watts has the lead over the 77R of Tony Ross. Good battle side by side between Osborne and Williams. Caution flag is going to wave for a collision in turn 4. So the caution flag is ruled on the 11B of Chris Ross, sponsored by the U.S. Army. Laps to go for the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods. The 14 of Jacob Watts has led the first 2 laps. He's got 18 to go. With the 77R of Tony Ross and the 00 of Larry Osborne right there. We're back underway. Here comes Ross to the inside. Going to try to slide up in front of Watts. He's got the edge down the back straightaway, entering turn number 3. Here comes Williams to the inside of the 00 of Osborne, and Ross is going to lead this lap. Good battle up front between Ross, Watts, Osborne, and Williams. As the 168 Hopkins trying to join that conversation as well. Nearly 3 wide as Ross fades. Here comes Williams to his inside. And Watts is going to get the edge and take the lead down the back straightaway. Here comes Williams to the inside. Williams on the inside, Watts on the outside. Side by side for the lead and for third as Ross and Osborne go side by side for the third position. This time Williams has the lead. Sean Williams in 81T going to take the lead. Going to try to slide up down the back straightaway. Watts has the momentum. Going to try to work to the outside as the caution flag waves. Caution for the 88 of Loftus over in turns 3 and 4. 6 laps down, 14 to go for the 81T of Sean Williams. He's going to get a good restart as they're side by side for the second spot. Now the 14 of Watts going to edge ahead of Ross in the 77R. 24 is going to spin right in front of the field. Everybody gets by clearly and safely. He's going to resume his momentum and pull into the infield. And we will stay under the green flag. Here comes the 30D, last week's winner. That's Drew Padgett. Trying to work to the inside of Larry Osborne and Tony Ross. The 11 of Chris Ross going to spin on the front straightaway and pull into the infield. As Williams has now extended his lead to a 2-second advantage over the 14 of Watts. Caution flag is out. The 24B of Booth losing power, and the 14C of Cameron colliding with him. and to get to the 14 of Jacob Watts to battle for the third spot. As now Ross engages in a battle with Hopkins for the fifth spot. Two cars getting together over in turn 4, the 10H and the 14. They're going to keep rolling and we're going to stay green. Five laps to go this time for the 81T of Sean Williams. The 14 of Cameron going to pull to the infield, call it a night. 81 slowing up in the top of turns 3 and 4. And trying to limp his way to the pits as the 10H pulls into the infield. That's Scott Hill. '81 car with a flat right rear tire trying to limp his way into the pit area. Two laps to go this time for the 81T. Sean Williams, Larry Osborne, Drew Paddock, Jacob Watts, and Tony Ross, your top 5 as the white flag waves this time. As Hopkins works his way around Tony Ross to take the 5th spot. Coming out of turn 4, your winner, Sean Williams in 81T. Larry Osborne 2nd, Drew Paddock is 3rd. Jacob Watts 4th. And the 168 of Brian Hopkins rounding out your top 5.
We're back down in the ballistictrailersales.com. Your Bugmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod feature winner, the driver of the 81, Mr. Sean Williams. Wait just a sec, folks. He's getting the safety gear off. We're going to give him a chance to climb out of this car. Now, I know we've been here a while, and I know we're almost done, but, folks, it's okay. If you'll take your right hand, then take your left hand. If you'll meet him in the middle, it'll make a great noise when this young man gets out of this race car here. So he's getting all the safety gear. Yeah, he just told me he didn't think he was going to see me again, but I'm glad he made it back down this way. So, folks, here he comes right now, the driver of the 81, Mr. Sean Williams. Don't forget to stuff Sean, come on around and talk to me. Last week you kind of had one, you had one I thought in the bag, and then a late race restart gave Drew Paddock all the time he needs. Your car was stumbling a little bit. It looks like you got some of the gremlins worked out of it.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was running on all 8 cylinders last week, but I don't know. We changed carburetors. It didn't run right in the hot lap, so we put the same carburetor back on, and now it runs fine. So I have no idea, but The track was really good, and I can't thank everybody at Rocket Raceway Park for the amazing facility.
Now, if you got 10 cylinders under here, I'm going to tell you, don't even go to Tech because that's too many, okay? Well, hang on just a second here. We're going to make it real quick. I know a lot of folks happy here week in, week out, man. A lot of people to thank for your success so far this season.
Grandpa, Team TRC, Paul Peters Motorsports, Elite Glass, Donco Plumbing, Scott Harper, Nick's Family Restaurant, Ellison Motorsports, Central Cedar, Team 9 Designs, Autotech, Pro Custom Cycles, IRP Race Cars, Custom Race Engines. I think I'm forgetting somebody, but I'm sorry if I am. And thank everybody for coming out. I appreciate it.
Folks, your Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mod feature winner, Mr. Sean Williams. Hey, Caleb, before I send it back up to you, folks, we're fixing to put on something a little different here. There's 24 of those Douglas Distributing USA stock cars. They are set for battle. If you have My Race Pass, if you have the app, you want to look at it. It is stacked from the front row to the 12th row. We're fixing to run these cars 20 laps, pay them $2,000 to win. We're going to bring them down there to the ballistictrailersales.com victory lane. We're going to do what you just saw with the other feature winners. The only caveat is the feature winner is going to pull a pill. It'll be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. Whatever number the winner pulls, say it's an 8, we're going to invert 16. He went from winning feature 1 to starting 16th in feature 2. Also, once we're done down there, we're going to sound the horn. They're going to have 15 minutes, folks. They're going to be right in front of us here. Their crews will be down there. They have 15 minutes. They can make any adjustment on the race car they want. We're going to get them back in at 15 minutes. We're going to line them back up. We're going to run them 20 laps for another $2,000 to win. I don't know about y'all, but that gets me excited. So if you're excited, let's welcome these Douglas Distributing USA stock cars on the racetrack when they get rolling. And it's okay to stand up, man. I know we got some Baptists, we got some Methodists, we got them all. Just everybody get up if you want to. Stretch, clap, make some noise. Colin, I'm going to turn this back up to you. I'm stoked for this one. I can't wait to talk to the winner.
All right, race fans, this is why you all came out tonight. It is time for feature number 1 of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. On the pole, he's a hometown boy out of Combine, Texas. It's the 22 of Dwayne Pritchard. To his outside, one of those invaders out of Batesville, Arkansas, the Slim Chickens number 7, that's Peyton Taylor. To the inside of row number 2, out of Farmington, New Mexico, in the Cookie Monster Zero car, it's going to be Jeremy Hughes. And to his outside, who seems to be everybody's favorite tonight, out of Bonham, Texas, the 82 of Shelby Williams. On the inside of row number 3, out of Seagoville, Texas, that's going to be the 721 of Jason Gore. To his outside, out of Denison, Texas, the 21P of Lonnie Richardson. On the inside of row number 4, out of Palmer, Texas, the 5H is going to be Lance Hansen Jr. To his outside, out of Abilene, Texas, in the Air 1 radio, number 90.5, that's Tommy Fain. On the inside of row number 5, out of Merkel, Texas, in the 62, that's going to be J.D. Davis. To his outside, out of Comanche, Texas, it's the number 37 of Jeffrey Abbey. On the inside of row 6, in the Race on Texas Outlaw Race Cars, number 36J out of Texarkana, Texas, it's Justin Whitehead. And to his outside, out of Buffalo, Missouri, in the 23, it's going to be Mark Simon. Inside of row number 7, out of Quinlan, Texas, it's the 18 of Tim Claunch. To his outside, out of Comdenton, Missouri, that's the 11 of Waylon Dimmitt. On the inside of row 8, out of Joshua, Texas, that's going to be the 88 of Blake Clark. To his outside, out of Box Springs, Texas, the 35 of Jason Riddle. On the inside of row number 9, out of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, the 127, that's going to be Andrew Morris. To his outside, in the 8M, out of Warrensburg, Missouri, that's going to be James McMillan. On the inside of row 10, the major sponsor to put on this race for you race fans, out of Odessa, Texas, in the 8J, it's Leslie Gill. To his outside, out of Odessa, Texas, the 25 is Jeremy Bradley. On the inside of row 11, that's going to be the 11B of Derek Brown. To his outside, out of Krugerville, Texas, the 114 of Sam Farmer. And making up the final row, on the inside, out of Bonham, Texas, it's the 69 of Gary Williams. And to his outside, the 52 out of Odessa, Texas, is going to be Larry Bradley. So 24 cars are going to go 20 laps for $2,000 to win. Race fans, stand up. Let them know you're happy to see them. We got 20 laps for the 24 best stock cars in the house here tonight at Rocket Raceway Park. $2,000 to the winner. Here we go, Pritchard and Taylor going to lead us to green. Here we go. Good start from Peyton Taylor on the outside. The Slim Chickens number 7 going to edge ahead into turn 1. Here comes Shelby Williams in the 82. He's going to look to the inside of Pritchard down the back straightaway, but Pritchard holds the second spot for now. Coming out of turn 1, leading lap 1 is going to be the 7 of Peyton Taylor. Contact between Pritchard and Williams as they're 3 wide for 4th between Gore, Hughes, and Richardson momentarily. Now they're 3 wide further on in the pack as Tommy Thane begins to work his way up in the 90.5. So Peyton Taylor out front in the 7 as Pritchard and Williams continue to battle for the second spot. Here comes Williams and Jeffrey Abbey with problems in the top of turn 1. So we got 2 laps in of 20 for the first A main of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars, twin 20s. We're going to give another shout out to all the sponsors for this race who put on this great race for us. That's Stealth Pump and Supply, Extreme Wood Care and Outdoor Living, that's Mark and Christine Roberts, Ultimate Wood Care, Charles and Stephanie Summerall, Delta Powerline, Electrical and Automation, M&M Dumpster Rentals, that's Jose Milbon, Stephenville Starter and Electric, that's Dennis Bissonette, Winning Technologies Workshops, Bow Day Racing, and Team 9 Designs. So lights are out. We got 18 laps to go in feature number 1 as Jeffrey Abbey returns to the speedway in 37. And Peyton Taylor's going to bring us back to the green in the 7 car. Here comes Williams to the outside of Pritchard as Gore works his way around Hanson Jr. and working his way into the 4th spot. Here comes Jason Gore in 721. Here comes Justin Whitehead to the inside of Tommy Fain for the 8th position as Peyton Taylor continues to lead in the 7. Here comes Williams to the inside of Pritchard once again. He's got an edge this time, and Shelby Williams will take the 2nd spot coming out of turn 4. Pritchard making contact with the tractor tire. Left front tire against the infield tire. Not sure if that will cause him any harm or not, but we'll find out as we are 5 laps in with 15 to go. Justin Whitehead going to work his way around Jeremy Hughes in the 0 car. He's now worked his way up to the 7th spot. And most cars working around the bottom. Whitehead and Fain working a bit of a lane higher. And here comes Whitehead to the inside of Richardson now, trying to take away the 6th spot. As Pritchard's going to get loose right in front of Hanson Jr. They're going to bottle up on the bottom. Here comes Whitehead to the outside of Richardson as Jeremy Hughes pulls to the infield in the 0 car. So Taylor and Williams distancing themselves from the field as Whitehead goes to the outside of Richardson. He'll have the 6th spot this time. Fastest lap turn so far was by Shelby Williams in the 82 as we got a side-by-side battle between Justin Whitehead and Jason Gore as Whitehead has worked his way into the 5th spot now. Halfway this time, Peyton Taylor continues to lead, followed closely by Shelby Williams. Pritchard, Hanson, and Whitehead. Here comes Whitehead to the outside of Hanson. Throwing the 36J on the top side. He's going to go around both of them. He's going to get around Hanson. Pritchard pulls back to his inside. But entering turn number 3, they're side by side for the 3rd spot. Coming out of 4, Pritchard's going to still have 3rd at the line. Whitehead moves his way up into 4th, and he's going to lose it. Whitehead slings it in just a bit too hard, and he spins right in front of the whole field. .36 of Justin Whitehead got a little bit too excited there. Threw it in just a little bit too hot and spun it around while battling for the 3rd place position with the 22 of Dwayne Pritchard. So the 36J will go to the tail. And he'll have 9 laps to try to salvage a solid run out of this one and hope to make another strong run in the 2nd race. Once again, the best combined finish between both races wins an additional $1,000. So if a driver is able to sweep both features, they will win $5,000 here tonight at Rocket Raceway Park in the Stealth Pump and Supply Twin 20s. So we have 11 laps down. There are 9 laps to go in twin feature number 1. Peyton Taylor in the 7 car has led all 11 laps to this point. Driver coming out of Arkansas, Batesville, Arkansas, the number 7 of Peyton Taylor. So once again, the Batesville, Arkansas racer Peyton Taylor in 7 has led the first 11 laps. He's got 9 more to hold off Williams and Pritchard if he wants to take home the first $2,000 of the night. And we're going back to green. Pritchard going to try to seal off Williams on the inside as Gore's going to throw it to the outside. Here they come, coming out of 2, leaning all over each other. They're 3 wide now between Williams, Gore, and Pritchard. Here comes Hanson Jr., and Blake Clark has worked his way up from a B main in the 88 car. Here comes Clark. He's going to throw it to the top. He's going to go around Pritchard and Hanson, and Blake Clark has worked his way up to the 4th spot. So how about this, race fans? Currently running in the 4th position, Blake Clark started this race from 15th in the 88 machine. So the 36J of Justin Whitehead going to rejoin the field. We have 12 laps complete and 8 laps to go. So the 88 of Blake Clark started in the 15th position. He has worked his way through this field. Another big mover would be the 11 of Waylon Dimmitt, started from the 14th spot, and he now runs 7th. Dimmitt won the B main, one of the B mains, and I believe Clark won the other one, if my memory serves me correctly. Two fast cars on the tail end now of Hanson and Whitehead. Going to see how many spots they can make up in 8 laps. Both of them were running in the top 5 at times during this race. So of the 7 as Blake Clark works his way around the 22 of Pritchard. Jason Gore going to look up top, try to find something through 3 and 4 as Williams is going to let the caution was out for debris on the front. Peyton Taylor, a very accomplished IMCA modified driver known all around the country, decided to come stock car racing tonight in his Slim Chickens number 7. Got an old school wrap looking on that car. And so far, he's been the dominant car tonight. But he's got 7 laps to hold off the 82 of Shelby Williams. Lights are out. Single file restart because we did not get a good enough run last time. So we're going to go for a single file restart with 7 laps to go. Peyton Taylor, Shelby Williams, Jason Gore, Blake Clark, and Dwayne Pritchett are your top 5. Here comes Williams looking to the inside of the 7 of Peyton Taylor. As a good battle ensues between Gore and Clark for the 3rd spot. Got 6 laps to go this time. Taylor and Williams. Williams slips up, going to allow the 7 of Taylor to get a little bit of ground. Taylor is guarding the bottom line with all he's got. 5 laps to go for the 7. Here they come, 4 laps to go this time. Peyton Taylor continues to lead, followed closely by Shelby Williams. Shelby going to try to diamond the turn, try to get a nose under the 7 down the back straightaway. Here comes Williams, he's going to stick it in. Contact made between the 82 and the 7 of Peyton Taylor. As Dwayne Pritchett works his way back into a battle with Blake Clark for the 4th spot. Clark still has it at the line. Coming out of 4, 2 laps to go this time for the 7 of Peyton Taylor. Williams back on the back bumper as the white flag waves, this time for Peyton Taylor. Will Shelby Williams make a $2,000 move in his 82 machine? They're going to go down the back straightaway. Williams all over the back bumper. He's going to get to the bumper of the 7, try a bump and run, but Taylor's going to hold his line. Coming out of 4, Peyton Taylor takes main number 1. Peyton Taylor, Shelby Williams, Jason Gore, Blake Clark, Dwayne Pritchett, Lonnie Richardson, James McMillan, Tommy Fain, and Waylon Dimmitt, your top 10.
All right, folks, we're getting the cars parked real quick. We'll get him out of the car in just a second. This gentleman come to us tonight from Batesville, Arkansas. They call him the Snake. Make him feel warm and welcome in Texas. The Twin 20 first feature, Mr. Peyton Taylor. Come on around here and we'll talk to you. Then I got a couple things to do with you here. These other drivers getting out of their car. Since you won the first one, you get the luxury. You get to work on yours right here on the slab. But, man, I know it's your first trip down to the Rocket. What are you thinking so far?
Man, we like it. We got a good crowd here, and I'm glad. I want to thank Mr. Gill for putting up this money, and Kevin and Rocket and Race on Texas, and just first time ever coming down here. I will tell y'all got some wicked heat, but you know the nights are pretty nice. So I've got to thank Slim Chickens, Acre Trader. I mean, this Slim Chickens Acre Trader, Andrews Auto Sport owned Cadillac chassis is bad.
Well, man, you had some hitters in there. This full field front to back was hitter. I know Shelby's in there racing hard and stuff. What's the game plan going into the second feature?
Well, Shelby was pretty good. He could have dumped us there a couple times. When you're leading these deals, you just got to commit, and he showed me a nose. I knew he was behind me. I knew he was on the bottom, but he could stay pinned a little bit tighter than I could, so I had to kind of back up a little bit. I know I was killing him in centering off, but when you're leading, you can do that, I guess.
Well, step on around here. I got one thing I need you to do, and then we'll get a few pictures here. The folks at home on Race on Texas in the stands, they can't see it, but I need you to – there's 6 chips here. I need you to tell the folks at home and in the stands what those chips say.
We got a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
All right, let's dump them in the bucket here. We're going to shake them around here. I'm going to get Miss Stacy. I want you to watch this so we got evidence here. So, folks, whatever number he pulls is how many we're fixing to invert. Go ahead and reach up there and grab me one. Let me see it. Folks, the driver of the number 7 machine just pulled the number 7, so he will start 14th in the second Twin 20 feature. So, good job there. We got some crews down here yet, Kevin? Have they got some coming down here? All right. I can.
Y'all grab that banner. Let's get a few pictures here real quick, mate. Hold that check for me, and then we'll put this banner up there.
Invert and set.
Yeah, you can hold it up behind us there.
Hey everybody, Winning Technology Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source. Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks
These drivers down here getting ready, folks. Just a reminder, Peyton Taylor did pull the 7, so we will invert 14th. Peyton Taylor in the red 7 Slim Chickens ride will start feature number 2 from the 14th position. So whoever was running in the 14th position will now be your pole setter. I believe they says the 62 machine. So hard to make for some good racing up there. Drivers and crews. 5 minutes down, you have 10 more minutes. 5 minutes down, you have 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Folks, what you're seeing on the front straightaway now, you got crews working. Some of these guys getting close to ready to go. Some of them making some wholesale changes. Folks, you got drivers from Texas, Oklahoma. You got them from Arkansas. You got them from Missouri. You got them from New Mexico. You got a stout field of cars here tonight. So before we get started off and these guys get back in their cars, y'all make a good, warm welcome for them. Get on your feet and make some noise. Let them know how much we appreciate them coming down to the Rocky Raceway Park tonight. Folks, we want to thank Stealth Pump and Supply for making this Twin 20 possible. Did a lot to make this race happen. Extreme Wood Care and Outdoor Living, great folks over there. If you're in the market for that, they will definitely get you taken care of. A lot of folks helped put this race together here, and we can't thank them enough. Drivers and crews, you've got 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and we'll get them back in their car. Race control up in the tower. We'll slow roll them out, get them lined back up. We're going to do it all again. We're going to go 20 cars, 20 laps, or 24. How many cars we got left? We'll go 20 laps. Peyton Taylor in the Slim Chickens number 7. He will start 14th. He drew the number 7, so we will invert 14. 14th place will become your pole sitter. It ought to be a great show. So here we go, folks. You got 5 minutes remaining. Drivers and crews, 5 minutes. Drivers and crews, 5 minutes, and then we'll get you back in your car. Four minutes remaining. 4 minutes remaining. You got 4 minutes, and then drivers will get back in the cars. As soon as the timer goes off, crews, get your stuff and head back over to the pit area. You got, 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right, race fans, here is the lineup for Twin Feature number 2. On the pole is going to be the 62 of J.D. Davis. To his outside is going to be the 11B of Derek Brown. On the inside of row 2, the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Starting from the 4th position, the 8J of Leslie Gill. Starting from the 5th position, the 11 of Waylon Dimmitt. To his outside will be the 18 of Tim Claunch. Starting from the 7th position will be the 90.5 of Tommy Fain. To his outside, the 8M of James McMillan. Starting from the 9th position will be the 21P of Lonnie Richardson. To his outside will be the 22 of Dwayne Pritchett. Starting from the 11th spot is going to be the 88 of Blake Clark. To his outside is going to be the 721 of Jason Gore. Starting from the 13th spot is going to be the 82 of Shelby Williams. And to his outside, the winner of feature number 1 is going to be number 7. That's Peyton Taylor. So Peyton Taylor going to start from 14th. If he can win this race from 14th, he will sweep the Twin Features and leave Rocket Raceway Park with $5,000. Starting 15th is going to be James Riddle. To his outside, Lance Hansen Jr. Excuse me. From the 17th spot, it's going to be Jeffrey Abbey. Jeremy Bradley will go 18th. Mark Simon 19th. Sam Farmer 20th. Andrew Morris 21st. Larry Bradley 22nd. Gary Williams 23rd. And Larry Hughes 24th.
One minute remains. As soon as the time's up, the crews will leave. We'll get the drivers back in their cars. Caleb will be reading off the starting grid again. Race control will get the drivers through their receivers, through their helmets, and let them know where to stow. It'll take a few laps to slow roll them and get them in there. "30 seconds, drivers. You got 30 seconds. Crews, start finishing up. Make your way off the racetrack." Time's up. Crews, get off the racetrack. Crews, please get off the racing service. Drivers, get back in your cars. Crews, you got to go. That's it. Let's go, crews. Back to the pit area, please. It's over. Drivers, back to your cars. Crews, off the racetrack. Crews, off your racetrack. Let's go, crews. Let's get back so we can get these guys lined back up and get them going. We got 20 more laps, folks, for another $2,000. 20 laps for another $2,000. Let's go, crew.
So next time around, we're going to go green for the second Twin 20 here at Rocket Raceway Park. For your Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars, once again, $2,000 on the line for the winner of this 20-lap second A main. And whoever finishes the highest of the combined two features will gain an additional $1,000. So here we go. Davis and Brown going to lead us to the green flag for the second Twin 20. Brown going to get a good jump on the outside, going to run around Davis. And the 11B is going to take the early lead down the back straightaway. Problems for the 721 of Jason Gore. Tough break for the 721, just coming off a strong run, as well as Dwayne Pritchett. Two of your top 5 cars, the 721 and the 22D. Caution flag will wave. So we have one lap down of 20. Gonna line them back up. The 11B of Derek Brown has control of the race lead right now as the 22D of Dwayne Pritchett gonna rejoin the field after changing a flat tire. Green flag is back out, and Derek Brown gonna lead us back to the green flag. Side-by-side racing all throughout the pack. Here comes the 7 of Peyton Taylor, trying to work his way back up through the field after winning the first feature of the Twin 20s. Here comes Leslie Gill to the inside of J.D. Davis. Davis still has second, and Gill gonna come to a slowing pace right in front of the field, and he's gonna get clipped and turned around. Caution flag will wave for the 8J. So the 22D of Dwayne Pritchett going to leave the speedway once again and head to the hot pit. So we got 2 laps down, 18 to go for the 11 of Derek Brown. Here we go, 18 laps remaining in the $2,000 to win. A-main number 2. Problems for the 37 of Jeffrey Abbey, along with the 25 of Jeremy Bradley, and the 0 of Jeremy Hughes, excuse me. So the 25 of Jeremy Bradley going to rejoin the field. The Odessa, Texas racer there. Gonna fall in line behind the 0 of Jeremy Hughes, who has returned as well. New Mexico driver in the 0 car. So lights are out, 2 laps in, 18 to go. For Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Cars, A-main number 2 of the Twin 20s, presented by Stealth. Green flag waves once again. Derek Brown out front in 11B. Here comes Tim Clonch. He's going to look to the outside of J.D. Davis as Justin Whitehead battles side by side with the 8M of James McMillan. Tight racing through the middle of the pack between Blake Clark, Peyton Taylor, and Shelby Williams. They are battling hard for around the 9th place position right now. Here comes Taylor looking to the outside of Tommy Fain. Here comes Peyton Taylor in the 7. So Derek Brown in 11B continues to lead. Tim Clonch now holds the 2nd spot as the 8M of James McMillan going to work his way into the 3rd spot, and Clonch breaks. Liquid all over the turn right in front of everybody. Peyton Taylor going to roll off the speedway in the 7 car. 5 laps down, 15 laps to go in A main number 2. A bunch of our front runners ended up with catastrophe right there, as the 18 of Tim Claunch broke, releasing liquid all over the speedway. And Tommy Fain, Shelby Williams, and the feature number 1 winner of Peyton Taylor all were affected. Looks like Peyton Taylor has returned to his trailer, so he is no longer in contention for the $5,000 sweep. Shelby Williams has returned, but he is now at the tail of the field. So flagman Kevin Fry gonna show Derek Brown 1 lap to go until we restart. The 11B trying to take home the second twin 20 for $2,000. Can the 11B stay out front? Brown going to bring us back to green. Here comes the 11B. McMillan and Davis side by side for the second spot, as Whitehead battles with the 11 of Dimmitt side by side for the 4th spot. Davis going to slip up. They're going to be 3 wide down the front straightaway between Dimmitt, Whitehead, and Davis. Whitehead going to make contact with the 62 of Davis. And something is awry on the 36J machine. So it's Brown, McMillan, Dimmitt, Clark, and Riddle. Now your top 5. Riddle started this race in 15th. So 8 laps down, 12 laps to go as the 11B of Derek Brown starting to distance himself from the field. So we're starting to see some of the front runners from the first feature work their way up. Blake Clark working his way back up. He's in the 4th spot now. Good to see the New Mexico driver, the 0 of Larry Hughes, back out there after breaking early in the first feature. Larry running in a solid 8th place battle right now with the Odessa Texan of Jeremy Hughes. Excuse me, Jeremy Bradley. That's Jeremy Hughes battling with Jeremy Bradley. Here comes Blake Clark looking to the inside of Dimmitt, going to try to take away the 3rd spot. The 88 to the inside of the 11 down the back straightaway as the 5H gets into the 21. And the caution flag will wave. Lights out. We're going to have a single file restart. 11 laps down, 9 laps to go for the 11B of Derek Brown. So the 11B going to lead us back to green, going to try to do the same thing that Peyton Taylor did in the first race and lead all 20 laps. Dimmick going to swing wide, try to get some momentum off the top side, but he's going to open up the inside for Clark, and here comes Blake Clark in 88. The 88 to the inside of the 11 for the third spot. Coming out of turn 4 at the line, Clark's got it. Here comes the 8M as the 0 of Larry Hughes going to pull off the speedway. Clark has now cleared Dimmitt. And McMillan runs in the second spot. So it's Brown, McMillan, Clark, Dimmitt, and Riddle, your top 5 right now. Shelby Williams has worked his way up to the 9th spot after restarting at the rear. But we've only got 5 laps left to go this time. Out of 4, maintaining his lead with 4 laps to go. Now extending his lead down the back straightaway, Derek Brown trying to drive away from James McMillan. On the way to a $2,000 paycheck for taking feature number 2 of the Twin 20s here at Rocket Raceway Park. Battles continue all over the speedway as Jason Riddle takes the 4th spot down the back straightaway away from Dimmitt. As the 25 of Jeremy Bradley going to try to take away the 5th spot now. 2 laps to go this time. Derek Brown in 11B. One lap to go for the Stoutland, Missouri driver in 11B. He's got a half straightaway advantage. As long as he can make 4 turns cleanly, he will come home with the feature number 2 victory. Coming out of turn 4, the 11B, Derek Brown wins at Rocket Raceway Park. James McMillan 2nd, Blake Clark is 3rd, Jason Riddle 4th, and Jeremy Bradley comes home 5th.
Race fans, he's climbing out of the car here in just a second, getting all the safety equipment on. Final time in the ballistictrailersales.com victory lane. Folks, make some noise for Twin 22nd feature goes to Mr. Derek Brown. We'll get Derek around front here and have a few words with him. Missouri native here, come down the great state of Texas, man. First trip to the Rocket. What do you think about it?
I'm pretty happy with my first trip here. Track was good all night. Kind of tough to pass there for a little bit, but once I had clean air, I was pretty good.
Now, you asked me right before you got back in your car, you said I run 12th. Where does that put me on the invert? I told you second row outside because I'm not good with numbers. You actually put your front row on the outside pole, man. What was the advantage? It looked like once you got out there out front, you just kind of set the pace you need to set.
Clean air was big. Once I got in the lead, I just started hitting my same line every time, and I was going to make them pass me in the slick if they was going to do it.
Who all helps you, man, week in, week out? And tell us where you race kind of back home normally.
Oh, I run at Lucas Oil Speedway a lot, Midway Speedway, and I travel to about any big show I can hit. Carver and Carver Construction, they loaned me a transmission and a drive shaft this morning. I wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for them. J2 Race Cars, Chris Jackson, we've been working on this thing, and it's getting better, and my wife.
Good, got to get that wife in there. Race fans, one more big round. Oh.
And Icon Race Graphics made her look good this year.
Hey, race fans, one more big round of applause. He's taking home $2,000 back to the state of Missouri, Mr. Derek Brown. Colin, I'll let you take us on home, buddy. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. And, Colin, I'll let you interrupt.
All right, like KR said, we appreciate y'all so much for joining us here for the Twin 20s presented by Stealth here at Rocket Raceway Park. Got two outsiders, the Batesville, Arkansas native of Peyton Taylor taking win number 1, and the Missouri driver of Derek Brown in 11B wins race number 2. Great field of cars in all divisions. And once again, we thank you so much for being here with us at Rocket Raceway Park tonight. Be safe on the way home, and we'll see you next time here at the Rocket.